Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Krishna Balaram ki, Shri Prabhupada ki.
Shri Krishna Balarama ki. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, bolo, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, bolo, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Guru Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Together, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Bol, Rama Hare Hare, Bolo, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Krishna Balarama ki jai. No, it was perfect. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama.
I need ghee for making puris. Where do I find it?
In the Gaura, in the kitchen Gaura.
Under the
Hare
stairs.
Krishna in the barn. Hare Krishna. Not Hari Mataji.
That side, right?
Not Hari Mataji. You have to ask her.
No, no, Hari Mataji.
Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Everybody together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Jai Shri Krishna Balarama ki. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Warum noch keine Mikrofone? Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Stand up. Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Gaura Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Gauranga Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, oh Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Shri Balaram Purnima Mahamahotsava ki jai. Nitai Gaura Premanande. Hare Krishna. So please take seats again. Now we will have a very nice lecture by Sri Paramahamsa Gaur Prabhu from Mayapur. He's our new head cook and we're very glad he will also give a nice lecture today. Hare Krishna. Nisingade Bhagavan ki jai. Shri Krishna Balarama ki jai. Nitai Gaura Premanande. Semachalam Dham ki jai.
Baja Hurema. Can I have the top? Yeah. Hare Krishna. Oh, this is we are singing Bhaja Hore Mana. If you have the traditional songbook, you will find it on page 53. If you have the traditional smartphone, you can Google it. Bhaja Hore Mana. Too low? Ah, that's right. Bajahure mana Shri Nanda Nandana Avaya Charanara Vrindare Bajahure mana Shri Nanda Nandana Avaya Charanara Vrindare Bajahure mana Shri Nanda Nandana Abhaya Charanara Vrindare Bajahure mana Shri Nanda Nandana Abhaya Charanara Vrindare Durlabha Manava Janava Satsange Durlabha Manava Janava Satsange Durlabha Manava Janava Satsange Durlabha Manava Janava Satsange Taro Hoy Bhava Sindhure Taro Hoy Bhava Sindhure
तारो होए भव सिंधुरे सीता तप भता परिशाना धीना जामिनी जागृरे सीता तप भता परिशाना धीना जामिनी जागृरे विफल से भिनु कृपण दुर्जना विफल से विनु कृपण दुर्जना विफल से विनु कृपण दुर्जना विफल से विनु कृपण दुर्जना चपल सुकल बला गिरे चपल सुकल बला गिरे चपल सुकल बला गिरे चपल सुकल बला गिरे बाजाहु रे मना श्री नंदनंदना अभय चरणर वृंदरे बजाहु रे मन श्री नंदनंदना अभय चरणर वृंदरे ए धन यौवन पुत्र परिजना इते कियाचे परदीतिरे ए धन यौवन पुत्र परिशना इते कियाचे परदीतिरे कमल दल जल जीवन तलमल 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 बजाहु हरि पद नीति रे 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 बजाहु रे मना श्री नंदनंदना अभय चरणर विंदरे बजाहु रे मना श्री नंदनंदना अभय चरणर विंदरे दुर्लभ मानव जानव सत्संगे दुर्लभ मानव जानव सत्संगे दुर्लभ मानव जानव सत्संगे दुर्लभ मानव जानव सत्संगे तारो होए भव सिंधुरे तारो होए भव सिंधुरे तारो होए भव सिंधुरे तारो होए भव सिंधुरे श्रवण कीर्तन स्मरण वंदना पाद सेवन दास्य रे श्रवण कीर्तन स्मरण वंदना पाद सेवन दास्य रे पूजन सके जना आत्मनिवेदना पूजन सके जना आत्मनिवेदना पूजना सखी जना आत्मनिवेदना पूजना सखी जना आत्मनिवेदना गोविंद दास विलास रे गोविंद दास विलास रे गोविंद दास विलास रे गोविंद दास विलास रे भजहु रे मन श्री नंदनंदन अभय चरणर विंद रे भजहु रे मन श्री नंदनंदन अभय चरणर विंद रे भजहु रे मन श्री नंदनंदन अभय चरणर विंद रे भजहु रे मन श्री नंदनंदन अभय चरणर विंद रे दुर्लभ मानव जानम सत्संगे दुर्लभ मानव जानव सत्संगे दुर्लभ मानव जानम सत्संगे दुर्लभ मानव जानम सत्संगे तारो होए भव सिंधु रे तारो होए भव सिंधु रे तारो होए भव सिंधु रे तारो होए भव सिंधु रे. So this song was very, very dear to Srila Prabhupada. He loved singing this song, and he always, whenever he would chant this song, he would go into great meditation because of its meaning. So I'd like to share the meaning with all of you. So the first verse says, O mind, just worship the lotus feet of the son of Nanda, which makes one fearless, having obtained the rare human birth, cross over the ocean of worldly existence through the association of saintly persons. Both in the day and at night I remain sleepless, suffering the pains of heat and cold, the wind and the rain. For a fraction of a flickering of happiness, I have uselessly served wicked and miserly people. What assurance of real happiness is there for all of one's wealth, youthfulness, sons and family members? This life is tottering like a drop of water on a lotus petal. Therefore, you should always serve and worship the divine feet of Lord Hari. It is the desire and great longing of Govinda Das to engage himself in the 9 processes of bhakti, namely hearing the glories of Lord Hari and chanting the glories, constantly remembering him and offering prayers to him, serving the lotus feet, serving the Supreme Lord as a servant, worshipping him with flowers, incense, and so forth, serving him as a friend, and completely offerings the Lord one's own very self. Jai Shri Govinda Das Kaviraj Ki Jai. So I chose this song hoping to connect it to Lord Balaram, right? Amam Vishnu Vidaya Krishna Vistaya Utale Shrimate Interna Samiti Navinama Prabhupada Shri Sajaganath Rinasana Mali Bhakti Krishna Kirtan Sundaya Nama Namo Maharani Krishna Brahmadari Krishna Krishna Nana Guru Sina Prabhupada Mukam Kuroti Vachalam Pangulam Gayate Girim Yakripatamaham Vande Shri Gurum Dinatarinam Paramananda Madhavam Shri Chaitanamishwaram Jai. Please be patient with me. I am not very experienced in giving classes, but I will try my best to share with you any realizations I've learned and to simply parrot what I've heard from other greatly persons. So, today is Balaram Jayanti, Shri Balarama Ki. And of course, as we heard in the morning class, Balaram was the 6th son of Devaki, or the 7th, depending how you look at it. And he was a miscarriage in Devaki's womb, and he was transferred to the womb of Rohini in Nandagram, right? At that time, they're in Gokula, right? So Balaram is a direct expansion of the Lord. He has all the qualities of the Lord. I think the only one he doesn't have is the peacock feather, right? Everything else he manifests himself. And as we know, he expands himself into Sankarshan, and Sankarshan expands himself into Pradyumna, Aniruddha, right? And through Aniruddha, he comes into our heart as Paramatma. So he's always there with us as Guru, right? So Balaram and Guru Tattva are one and non-different. Balaram is the spiritual master of everyone because he's always engaging us in the service of the Lord. He expands himself as the dham, as the paraphernalia, as the shoes, as the clothes, everything to facilitate the service of Krishna and to engage others in the service of Krishna, right? Balaram, he manifests himself in the dham, in Vrindavan, in every form. And not only that, he is one of the only people, I think he is the only person, who interacts with Krishna with all 5 rasas. All the 5 rasas that are there in the spiritual world, right? He treats Krishna as a senior, right? Vatsalya ras, he treats Krishna as an elder brother. He bathes him, takes care of him, protects him. As a friend, he's there. As a servant, he's there. He's the greatest servant, right? And in Madhurya ras, he expands himself into Ananga Manjari. And Ananga Manjari is always facilitating in Madhurya ras everything for Krishna. So even he makes sure that in that realm, he's taken care of. He's fully facilitating the pastime of Krishna. So we can see through Balaram's different incarnations in this world, right, as Lakshman, as Balaram, and as Nityananda Prabhu finally, he assisted the Lord in every feature of his pastime, in every part of his pastime, right? As Lakshman, he had such an intense love for the Lord that when the Lord was banished to the forest, he could have said, okay, I'll see you in 14 years. Bye-bye, have a nice time. But no, there was not a question, right? Sita had to go with the Lord because she's his wife, right? And husband and wife are non-different, they go. But there's no vow amongst brothers that they have to stay together. How many brothers live together full time and relate just like Lakshman and Ram did, right? So the pure love that Lakshman had for the Lord was tested in hard times and in good times, right? Radhanath Maharaj, he gave a funny quote and he said that there is sunshine devotees, right? Sunshine devotees. So when everything is nice, when everything is beautiful, then I'm, good devotee. But the slightest inconvenience, then immediately wither away. This is not the devotee we want to be, right? And Lakshman personifies that. Not only was he in the forest clearing the pathways, taking all the thorns for himself, making sure nothing touched Ram or Sita. He would go first and make this beautiful hut, and he would stay outside all night guarding. He didn't sleep. Not only did he do all that, but he took some of the most difficult instructions of Ram to do. After they rescued Sita, so much difficulty, what did Ram tell him? Make a fire. Sita's chastity has to be tested. How could he do that? Right? So painful that pastime was for Lakshman to follow, but he did it because it was the instruction of the Lord. Then afterwards, they test her purity. She's more than qualified, right? They go back to Ayodhya. They're there for a couple of years, and then what happens? Take Sita to the forest. Take her to Valmiki's ashram. Banish her. And Ram didn't even tell Sita. Ram didn't even say to Sita, this is what's happening. He told, go with Lakshman for a carriage ride. Go with him in the chariot, just to make a circle around the forest to see the kingdom. And Lakshman knew the whole time he's crying the whole way, taking Sita there to Valmiki's ashram. So what a difficult task he had to do as the younger brother of the Lord. So he followed every single instruction of the Lord and served them hand and foot 24/7. And not only that, he facilitated so many living entities to be served also by the Lord in that pastime. But that was enough for Balaram. That was enough. So he said, next life, I'm not going to be your younger brother. This is too much, right? And Lakshman, so many times he would tell Ram, you're the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Why are you trying to follow these rules and regulations? They don't apply to you. Yeah, you're trying to be the perfect king and chastise and do all this, but for what? These don't bind you. But Ram is saying, no, I have to set example. I have to be the perfect king. So I said, okay, next life I'll be the elder brother. Then I won't have to listen to you so much, right? So he came as Balaram. But what did Krishna do? In Krishna's form, all the rules and regulations didn't matter. So now again he's in problems. And he's constantly with Krishna, making problems with Krishna. So many pastimes are there. Okay, just one for example. When Arjuna came and stole Subhadra Devi, his own sister, right? Balarama was ready to go and annihilate all the Pandavas there and then. What did Krishna have to do? Pacify him. Say, no, it's okay. He said, what are you talking about? It's okay. They just stole our sister from our house. No, it's okay. It's okay. Bhima breaks the thigh of Duryodhana, Balaram's own student. And breaking the thigh is considered very irreligious according to Kshatriya law. Right? When you're fighting, you should never hit below the waist. But he broke the thigh. Balaram was there. Balaram came to kill Bhima. And Krishna said, no, it's okay. Right? So he's protecting the, not irreligion, but breaking of the rules now. First in Ram, he's no, rules are rules, and now, no, rules don't matter. So Balaram had enough. Right? So many pastimes are there with Balaram, with Krishna facilitating him. So what did Balaram do after all that? He went on pilgrimage. He said, this is enough. I'm going on pilgrimage. And he went on pilgrimage throughout whole India, and so many pastimes are there. Right? And then finally, towards the end of his incarnation as Lord Balaram, he started exhibiting that mood of Adbhut. That I don't want to be involved in this anymore. I just want to focus on my devotional service. And so when he came with Nityananda Prabhu, that was his mood from the very beginning. He was full love of Godhead. Full. Anyone who wanted it, he would give it to them. Nothing mattered. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was trying to be the sannyasi, the focused, the proper sannyas, right? And what did Nityananda Prabhu do? He broke the danda of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said. What is this renunciation? Right? So already he had that mood. So you can see the first one, he was trying to follow. Second one, he was trying to guide. Third one, he gave up. He's like, no, I'm going to do my devotional service. I'm going to preach your glories, whether you like it or not. How I like it, I'm going to do it. He would go in the Ganga and wrestle with crocodiles. He would climb on the top of bulls and scream, I'm Mahadev. Right? And Haridas Thakur would be there running after him. Shanti, calm down. He wouldn't want to go with Nityananda Prabhu because Nityananda Prabhu was so unpredictable. What he would do that day. And then he went in Jagai Madai, right? He went to the most abominable drunkards that were there to make them devotees. And Haridas Thakur was like, no, we shouldn't. But Nityananda Prabhu was unpredictable, right? So through the pastimes of Lord Balaram, we can understand many important lessons. Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes that all the demons that were killed by Krishna and Lord Balaram represented different anarthas that are very difficult to conquer in this material world. But we can understand that through either the mercy of Krishna and the holy name, or through Guru, we can cross over these very difficult anarthas. So we'll go through a few of these pastimes of the Lord and talk about the different meanings behind them and how we can cross over these anarthas that are very difficult to get rid of. So first we'll start with the story of Pralambasura. Pralambasura, as you all know, was a very, very powerful demon. This is something that sometimes people don't understand. These demons that came to Braj were more powerful than any of the Kshatriyas that were in the Kurukshetra war. Any of them. Not a single one. All these demons were normally conquerors of even the heavens. Bakasura defeated Indra. Right? Trinavarta fought with many demigods. Agasura, even the demigods were scared of him. But the Kurus, they weren't that powerful. The Kuru, the uncle of Dhritarashtra, I forgot his name. He had the same name as a Gandharva. What was his name? Chitraketu. Chitrasena or Chitrasena? Chitrarata, thank you, Prabhu. Chitrarata, right? He was defeated by a Gandharva, not even a demigod. He was defeated by a Gandharva, but these demons that came to Vrindavan were all conquerors of Indra and great, great demigods. So they were super powerful. But we think, oh, Kurukshetra is the big war. This is not so big. Kurukshetra is the big war. No, it's not like that. Right? So when Pralambasura came, he did his research. What did he do? He found out that one Gopa wasn't going to be there that day. He had to stay home doing some chores. So he took the disguise of that Gopa and he went into the midst of the cowherd boys. But Krishna immediately knew. But he took the disguise. So this meaning is given that when you have an enemy and you know that who he is, it's much easier to deal with him. But when someone in disguise comes as your friend, it's much more dangerous, right? So these anarthas that Pralambasura enacts or represents are anarthas that are within us acting as our friend. And they make us think that we are great, that we can do it, right? The anarthas that he represents is lust, material desires, desire for fame and worship, That is the anarthas that Pralambasura represents. And these anarthas are within us, and they make us think, I do this, I'll become famous, I'll become great. And you even might think that if I do it, I'll do it for Krishna's service. I'll become famous, and then I'll get more people into Krishna consciousness. But what is your inner desire? What is the actual reason why you want to do it? So these anarthas are hiding as our friends. And in this material world nowadays, it's such a big movement, right? Be yourself. Follow your dreams. Doesn't matter what it may be. Are they good or bad dreams? No, who cares? Follow your dreams. Right? So these anarthas, they act as our friend. They give us ideas that we may become materially advanced, we may become these and that, and they take us to the most degraded places. Anything we'll sacrifice to achieve them. So when Pralambasura came in disguise as a gopa, Krishna immediately knew, so he immediately said, okay, everybody come, we're going to wrestle. And the winner has to carry the loser on the back. He immediately made a plan. Pralambasura was a little scared of Krishna. Already many demons came and died. So I'll go for Balaram. I'll go for Balaram and maybe I'll succeed, So he went on Krishna's team instead of on Balaram's team. And purposely he lost. He wouldn't have been able to win, but purposely he lost. So he'd be able to take Balaram away. So he carried Balaram and they started running. They're only supposed to run a little bit, but he kept running and running and running and running and running. And so Balaram, he started saying, okay, let's go back. Let's go back to where everybody else is playing. No, he kept going. And so Balaram said, okay, this must be a demon, but I want to make him reveal himself. So the Guru will make this anartha through his instructions, through his sadhana that he gives you, he'll make this anartha manifest. And so Balaram, what did he do? He became as heavy as Mount Meru. And the demon had to manifest his form. So the instructions of the Guru are like Mount Meru. And they bring out this anartha within you, and then they're able to smash it. So what did Balaram do when the demon manifested himself? One swift punch to the side of the head, and bam, his head finished. He fell down to the ground, dead. So Balaram, he was able to destroy this demon so easily, but he first made him manifest himself. He brought out. So by the instructions of the Guru, by the guidance of the Guru, and by following his instructions, we were able to cross over the most difficult anartha of lust and desire for worship, for pride, for fame. Just like Balaram destroyed Pralambasura. Yeah? The next one we're going to talk about is Dhenukasura. Dhenukasura is, or other words, the ass demon, right? The donkey demon. And donkeys are famous for what? For complete stupidity, dumbness, right? They carry heavy loads and they don't even notice, as long as there's a carrot there, as long as there's the idea of some material gain. So what burden are we carrying like donkeys? This karma. The karma that we want to perform activities and get the reactions, and get the good or bad reactions. We think, I will do this and I'll gain some material benefit. I'll do this and gain something. This idea of carrying this karma is just like the donkey carrying this burden for no reason. We should give it up. And so Balaram, what did he do? He destroyed this demon of Dhenukasura, to destroy this ignorance, the spiritual ignorance that is there within all of us. Yeah? Another story, another pastime, and another anartha that we have is the story of Dvivida the gorilla, right? So Dvivida was one of the generals in the army of Sugriva, right? It was Dvivida and Mainda, his brother. Mainda, right? His brother. They were such powerful generals in the army of Sugriva. And one might think, how was such a great devotee, great general, serving Ram and Lakshman right next to them, giving up his life in the service of the Lord, or ready to give up his life in the service of the Lord? How did he fall to such a degraded position, right? He, at the time, once his friend Narakasura was destroyed by Krishna, he became so upset, he started doing the most abominable actions. He would go to the places of sacrificial arenas and destroy and chase away all the brahmanas. On top of that, he would pass urine and stool all over the sacrificial arena. He would go into the villages, capture people by the thousands, put them in caves, right? It says in Krishna book. He would block the caves with big stones to trap these people. He would go into the ocean and with his big arms, because Dvivida, you have to understand, he's from Treta Yuga. So he was way bigger than anyone at that time. And with his arms, he would move the ocean and it would flood all the cities around. Imagine how powerful he was. He would just move his arms and send the waves to different cities, and it would tsunamis and tsunamis would come and destroy the cities. Right? He would go into the families of aristocrats and pollute their daughters by forcibly raping them. How can a devotee who went and sacrificed so much to protect a woman, Sita Devi, fall to that stage? The exact opposite. Simply because of the offense he made, a false pride. At the time when Lakshman was hit by the weapon of Indrajit and fell to the ground unconscious, Dvivida, thinking himself so powerful, thought that wouldn't happen to me. This Lakshman must be a mortal, must be a normal person, that he was knocked out by a weapon of Indrajit. How can he be the Supreme Lord if he was almost killed by this weapon? Of course, it was a pastime, we understand. But he thought himself powerful at that moment, and he committed that offense. When one commits offenses due to false pride, then he is attracted to other people who commit such offenses, and bad association comes. So he became friends with Narakasura, Baumasura. And because of this bad association, he became so degraded. So degraded. Right? I think in the Bible, Radhanath Maharaj was talking, he said in the Bible it's described that pride is followed by fall down. Pride comes before the fall. Right? So because of this false prestige and false pride, he fell to such a great level of degradation. And there's many other demons, not demons, but personalities that Lord Balaram killed or vanquished or taught a lesson because of this false pride. And this is one of the things that the Guru is most, he's always trying to look out for his disciples to make sure they don't fall into this situation of false pride, because it is the root of everything. So Dvivida, right, one day when he was performing these abominable actions, I'm using that word a lot, because they were, he heard this very beautiful music in the mountains. So he went there and he saw Balaram with his consorts playing in the grove, and they were drinking Varuni. Balaram's eyes were already red, rolling a little bit. And so he thought, wow, look at this person. He became attracted at first. He was like, wow, this person is so beautiful. He looks like the moon surrounded by stars. But he knew that this is that same Balaram whose brother killed my friend, so I'm going to kill him. So what did he do? First he started annoying them, making sounds, breaking trees. Then he started going up to the ladies, the consorts of Lord Balaram, and showing his teeth and making faces. And even when that didn't faze them, he started trying to grab their clothes, and he was showing his own private parts to them. Right? In front of Lord Balaram. It's the audacity that he had, right? And so Balaram, what did he do? He threw a rock. He threw a rock at Dvivida, and Dvivida dodged it and kept going. So Balaram understood, okay, this is time to do something. So he called for his plow, and Dvivida grabbed a tree, a sal tree. I don't know if any of you have worked with sal, but sal is very common in India, and sal is so strong that it doesn't float. You cut a sal tree, and you put it in the water, it'll just drop like a rock. It's so dense. I was working with sal one time, and all the drill bits were just breaking like if I'm drilling in stone. So strong, so heavy. In Mahabharata, whenever they describe the thighs of Bhima or the trunk of Bhima, they say sal tree, because that's how they were, so strong. So he took this sal tree and he was about to smash Balaram with him. Balaram with his plow and with his mace broke them into pieces. And then another tree and another tree and another tree. When all the trees are gone, they started grabbing rocks and throwing it at Balaram, and Balaram was just breaking them. Radhanath Maharaj points out that it's the origin of cricket and baseball. Hitting rocks with a bat. And when there was this dust, and how here they break the trees for heating, how do they call it? The wood chips everywhere and rock dust everywhere. Dvivida came with his bare hands to hit Balaram. And Balaram, what did he do? One hit to the collarbone and Dvivida was dead. Right? So Balaram still, because of Dvivida's service to the Lord, even though he fell to such a degraded position, he was still killed by the hands of the Lord. Mercy was still there. But we have to understand the danger of criticizing or the danger of committing offenses because of false pride. Thinking oneself greater than other Vaishnavas, thinking oneself more advanced, and therefore putting other people down or trying to find fault. That leads to bad association. Just like Dvivida, we can be taken to such places that we can't imagine right now. right? For Duvida to fall to that level, we can't even imagine how it was possible, but it happened through bad association and through criticism of devotees. Yeah? After Balaram defeated Duvida, right, it was already getting closer to the battle of Kurukshetra. Still a little bit before, but it was getting closer. And the daughter of Duryodhana, Lakshmana, she was having her Swayamvar, right? Swayamvar is, of course, a great festival that's held for the princesses to be able to choose their husband to be, right? So the Kshatriyas will come, display their strength in some task or championship, and then the princess can choose who she wants to marry. And Samba, he saw the princess and he desired to marry her. So he came and he kidnapped the princess. This rite of marriage is called the Rakshasa. There's 8 different types of marriages according to Manu. There's the Brahma, the Daiva, the Asura, the Rakshasa are the main 4. Right? And so the Rakshasa is 2 types. The Rakshasa is one that you kidnap the woman, or that you enchant her at the time of her weakness. So if she's intoxicated, if she's going through some great distress. Nowadays, that is dating, no? You go to the bar. That is dating. Rakshasa. It's the only marriage that's there nowadays. Right? Brahma is where the family of the girl approaches the family of the father, not the husband himself. Daiva is where the family of the girl approaches the husband himself. Then the Gandharva is where the boy sees a girl that he likes and goes to the family or goes to her directly. So there's different levels. But Rakshasa, the most abominable, at that time for Kshatriyas was considered okay. Not in Kali Yuga anymore. Of course you can't do that. Right? But in Dwapara Yuga, that was still accepted. And so Samba, he took Lakshmana. But when he started escaping, according to Shastra, if the person is able to kidnap the girl and is able to escape, right, without losing his life, they should be considered married. And they will be brought back and given full rights and full hospitality because it's almost like part of a game. But the Kurus didn't take it that way. They said, how can this happen? And so all these great Maharathis, they went in their chariots and they all pursued Samba. And it must have been hundreds of them against one Samba. So Samba lost. And he was taken as captive. As soon as the Yadavas heard, the Yadu dynasty heard that Samba was taken captive, in seconds they were ready to fight. Now we have to understand one thing. The Yadus were so powerful at that time. So powerful. In the Mahabharata, how many Akshahinis were fighting total? 18, right? But in the battle of Baumasura and Krishna, how many Akshahinis were fighting? 22. 22 Akshahinis, more than Mahabharata, but we don't hear about the fight of Baumasura and Krishna so much as we hear about Mahabharata. The Yadu dynasty had many more Akshahinis than all of the Mahabharata combined. Both sides. Duryodhana only had, 4 Akshahinis of his own, then he had to go get 2 from Yadavas, 2 from... forgot his name. He had to go collect Akshahinis, collect the army. But Yadu dynasty already had over 30 or 40 or 50 Akshahinis in reserve all the time. When they fought Salva, it was another 16 or 18 Akshahinis fighting. Right? So they were so much more powerful. They were ready to go and destroy the Kaurava dynasty right there and then. But Balaram, having great affection for Duryodhana and the Kauravas, he said, let me go first and talk to them and let's see. So he took Uddhava and he went to the Kuru dynasty. He went to Hastinapur. And he sat in a garden outside and he sent Uddhava to go and tell them that I'm here. So Uddhava went and immediately they all came out so happy to see Balaram because they knew Balaram was their well-wisher. And they know Balaram's power. Even though they know Balaram's power, this pastime still happens. Anyway, it keeps going, right? And they came to see Balaram. They gave him full worship and they asked Balaram, how can we serve you? And so Balaram says, look, I understand, mistake happened, you took Samba. He was saying, you did the mistake, he told the Kurus. Not Samba did the mistake. He said, you did a mistake. You took Samba, you shouldn't have. But okay, give him back, and because of our marital ties now, we're willing to forgive you. But give him back. And what did the Kurus say? They said such nasty things to Balaram. He said, look at this. The shoes are trying to be worn on the head now, they're saying. Right? We shouldn't have tolerated all these atrocities you Yadus are doing. You're using the chamara and the white umbrella and the bedstead. This is all things that only can be used by the emperor. You see, the Kuru dynasty belongs to the Surya Vamsh, and the Yaru to the Chandra Vamsh. The Surya Vamsh are always the emperors of the universe, of the world. And the Chandras, they're there to support. They were all had good relations, but never are they allowed to do the Rajasuya. They're never allowed to do many different sacrifices. They're not allowed to become the emperors. And there's certain items of worship that should only be used for the emperor, such as the chamara, the white umbrella, right? Next to the throne, there's this white cushion, or it can be a cushion of different colors, but it should only be used by the emperor. But the Yadus were using it, of course, because Krishna was there. But the Kuru said, we shouldn't have allowed you to do these all transgressions of the rules. We should have checked you a long time ago so your pride doesn't become so big. And said so many nasty things to Balaram. Balaram kept quiet, but his eyes were becoming red with anger. And he was just like, because you can imagine, the power of the Yadus are so much greater. Krishna defeated Jarasandha how many times? 18 times. Each time, how many Akshahinis did he come with? 11, 12, 13, 11, 12, 13. Right? In Krishna, it says in Krishna book, he didn't allow even one of his soldiers to get injured at that time. So Krishna, the Yadus, even from a material standpoint, were so much more powerful than the Kauravas at that point. But Balaram kept quiet and heard all their insults. And then they left in a huff, left back to their palace. What did Balaram do? He took his plow and started dragging Hastinapur into the Yamuna. The entire city he started taking to the Yamuna. And immediately they all freaked out. They came with Samba and Lakshman in the front, immediately to pacify Balaram. Please forgive us. So we can understand in this pastime, Duryodhana, of course, throughout Mahabharata, we understand that he is the embodiment of stubbornness. Stubbornness and complete determination to achieve what he wants. Right? He had Balaram as a spiritual master. He had Guru, Adi Guru, Guru Tattva as his spiritual master, and still he was such a rascal. Still he didn't understand the position. Still he didn't believe. He knew he was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Kauravas did too. Still they kept to their material ideas that maybe we can win, maybe we can do. Right? Duryodhana, he saw every ill omen. He saw everything being destroyed. He saw everything. Still, he was holding on to hope. That I will, like Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, the mentality of the demons, right? Ishwaroham aham bhogi, siddhoham balavan sukhi. I will become happy by my own endeavor. So this is the mentality of Duryodhana. Even though he had the association of the Lord. Stubbornness. So if we are not willing to give up our stubbornness, our attachment to our nartas, the Guru's instructions will be falling on deaf ears. Just like with Balaram, just like with Duryodhana. False pride and stubbornness was the cause of his ruin. And of course we know Dhritarashtra was the embodiment of blindness through attachment. Right? He was so blindly attached to his sons that he would not see the truth. When Krishna came to the palace of Dhritarashtra to give one last chance to peace before the Mahabharata war, what did Duryodhana do? He made a trap in the assembly hall. So when Krishna would walk in, he would fall into the trap and he would become captured. Right? This is extremely against the rules of Shastra. Artha Shastra, Dharma Shastra. Whenever a messenger is come, he's supposed to be worshipped as a demigod. He's supposed to be treated with all respect. But he went against that, and he was trying to capture Krishna. So what did Krishna do? He showed his universal form. Only Vidura could see it, and Dhritarashtra at that moment, knowing what's happening, he prayed to Krishna, please let me see your universal form. So Krishna let him see the universal form. This happened before Kurukshetra. So that means that even after seeing the universal form of the Lord, Dhritarashtra still held on to hope that his sons would become victorious. How stubborn and attached, blinded by this attachment that we are. So we are so blinded with attachment to our nartas that even though we see Nishamadev right here, we see people dying every day, we see people being born every day, we see people going through sickness, old age, disease. We see people going, never achieving their dreams and trying fruitlessly, endeavoring. Still we think, no. Ishwaroham, aham bhogi, siddhoham, balavan sukhi. This is our mentality. So just like Balaram, we have to understand, we have to surrender to the instruction of the spiritual master. Not like Duryodhana. And open our ears and our mind and allow the instructions of the spiritual master to clean our hearts and get rid of these anarthas. Yeah? Then the Kurukshetra was about to begin, right? And Balaram, he had great affection for the Pandavas. At the same time, he had great affection to the Kauravas. So before anyone could make him take sides, what did he do? He went on pilgrimage. Yeah, I'm not going to be part of this, right? And the first place he went was Naimisharanya. And when he arrived there, there was a great assembly hall, and many thousands of rishis were there. And as soon as they saw Lord Balaram, they stood up immediately, offered respects, knowing Balaram to be who he is. But Ramaharshana Sutta was on the Vyasasan, and he did not properly worship or even stand up to receive Lord Balaram. Ramaharshana Sutta, the word Sutta, is a pratiloma offspring. Basically means that the wife or the mother is from a higher caste and the father from a lower caste. So a Kshatriya boy marries a Brahmin girl. This is considered irreligious according to Sastra because you are degrading someone to another level. Anuloma means when a girl is from a lower caste and a boy is of a higher caste. So the boy will bring the girl to a higher caste. That's considered religious, right? You're uplifting someone, but when you're bringing down someone, that's considered always irreligious. But it's not, suttas aren't, how would I say, untouchables and like this, of course. They're still, depending, they have the choice to either act as a Brahmana or a Kshatriya, a Vaishya or a Kshatriya, depending on the mix. But because, even though all of his learning, he was proud. Why was he proud? Because he was a direct disciple of Vyasadeva. So he thought, I am the disciple of Vyasadeva. I do not need to stand up because I'm sitting in the Vyasasan and Balaram came. I do not need to stand up. I do not need to worship him. False pride. And again, what did Guru do? Took a blade of kushagrass and killed Ramaharshana with a blade of kushagrass. He didn't need his plow, his mace, nothing, just the kushagrass. He killed Ramaharshana Sutta because of his false pride. Again, another false pride. Duryodhana, Dvivida, Ramaharshana, so far. Right? And all the sages, they seeing this, how can this happen? Right? So they gave very beautiful prayers, but also instructions to the Lord. They said, my dear Lord, we know you're the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and these rules and regulations do not touch you, cannot affect you. But please, for the benefit of everyone who comes, perform some activity of atonement for your sin of killing a Brahmana. For others, not for you. They said it many times in Krishna book, it comes again and again. Not for you, but for others. Not for you, for others. They're very respectful to the Lord. And so Balaram agreed. He's there, Guru is supposed to show example. So he did. And what they asked for? They asked him to kill the demon. What was the name of the demon again? Balva, something like that. Huh? Balvasura. Yeah, Balvasura. Right? He was coming every day and destroying their sacrificial arena. So Balaram very happily agreed. And so the next morning, I think it was, when they're performing their yagya, they're just starting the mantras, the fire was lit. Immediately a great storm came over the sky. And blood and all other impure things started to rain down. And so Balaram was waiting for Balvasura to appear. And as soon as Balvasura came into the view, Balaram with his plow, he grabbed hold of his head, dragged him to the floor, and mace broke his head. Fast. No big fight, no nothing. Balaram was done with all that. Just quickly done and finished with him, thanked the sages, and continued on his pilgrimage. Yeah? So this, we can understand from so many pastimes of the Lord, Balaram, that he is Adi Guru, and he's showing by his example, he's showing by his behavior, by his unparalleled enthusiasm to serve the Lord 24/7, non-stop, in every way, in any way that's necessary, that he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but he's acting as our most supreme spiritual master. And the Lord is there within our heart. Yeah, the Lord is there as Paramama. Balaram explains us Sankarshan. Sankarshan is Pradyumna and Niruddha. And he's there in our heart, always guiding us. We have to be open to it. Not like Duryodhana, we have to be open to it. Many times in our path of Krishna consciousness, or even our material careers, we'll see that something is not working, something isn't happening. And if we're stubborn, we'll continue pushing against that closed door. Right? But if we're open, we'll see the hand of Krishna in our lives. We'll see how he's guiding us, he's taking us. And the most direct way to hear the instructions of the Lord is through Guru. right? The Guru is there for one reason and one reason alone, is to dispel doubts and destroy anarthas, right? So if we are not open to the Guru, just like dadati pratigrishnati guhyamakati prichati bhunkte bojayate chaiva sarvam priti lakshanam, if we do not open our mind to the Guru and show our doubts and allow the Guru to, in our heart, to clarify these doubts and destroy our anarthas, it's very difficult for him to do anything for us and for us to make any spiritual advancement. No, I don't want the Guru to see what's in my heart, my dirty, dirty desires, my dirty, dirty anarthas. I want him to think I'm perfect. And whenever the Guru is around, we're sunshine devotees, right? There's another one, another funny one. Sunshine devotees and fair weather Vaishnavas. Fair weather Vaishnavas and sunshine devotees. Radhanath Maharaj uses these two terms, right? So we cannot be like that. We have to open our hearts to Balaram. We have to open our hearts to Guru. We have to open our hearts to devotees. So they help us destroy these anarthas that are deep rooted within our hearts. Yes? So just like in the song we started with, the root of anarthas, or should I say, the guide to these senses that allows these anarthas to be manifested, is the mind. Right? And as Govinda Das says, Bhaja Hre Mana Shri Nandanandana. So dear mind, focus on the lotus feet of Sri Krishna. And there, in that place, you'll find full fearlessness. Fearlessness not only from physical things or other things that might hurt us, but fearlessness from the mind, fearlessness from attachments, fearlessness from anarthas. So the purpose of, or should I say the meaning of this pastimes, to please open your heart to the instructions of the spiritual master, open your heart for him to be able to dispel your doubts and not be like these different demons we talked about, become stubborn, false pride, right? Keeping lust and desire for fame within you, but allow Balaram to dispel these things. And on this day, we ask Balaram to please destroy these anarthas that are inside our heart and help us progress in the path of Krishna consciousness. Yes? So Balarama ki. Any questions?
Simple question.
Yes, bro.
So what's the formula for pleasing Lord Balaram? If you please repeat it for the live stream.
Okay. The formula for pleasing Lord Balaram. The formula for pleasing Lord Balaram, of course, is Vaishnav Seva. You see, the Guru, he's always engaging us in the service of Krishna and Vaishnavas. And Krishna says that he is more pleased when his devotees are pleased. He even says in one of the Puranas, he says that I eat through the mouths of the Brahmanas. That's Krishna, right? I'm more pleased than putting ghee in the fire than if you put things cooked in ghee in the mouth of the Brahmanas. Right? So focus on serving the Vaishnavas, developing relationship with the Vaishnavas, and in that way you will please Guru, you'll please Vaishnava, right? It says Guru, Vaishnava. Right? No, there's a order. I forgot it. Anyway, it's by worshipping the Vaishnavas, then the Guru becomes pleased. And of course, Guru Seva is very important, but the Guru is always looking for your progress in devotional service. By seeing your enthusiasm and your determination, the Guru becomes more enthused to help you. It's like, for example, if you're trying to teach someone something, but they refuse to hear your good instructions, it's very useless to tell them. It's anything, right? There's the famous story in Hitupadesh, right? Hitupadesh is children's stories, but Prabhupada quotes it quite often. That there was some monkeys, right? And it was very cold. So they were trying to make a fire, and they're looking for something to make fire, and they found a light bug, those bugs with some light, and they threw it in the leaves and started blowing, trying to make fire. And there was a bird nearby, and so the bird said, monkeys, what are you doing? There's not going to be any fire. You should go look for some rocks, hit them together, and make some sparks. And the monkey said, keep quiet. We know what we're doing. Kept blowing. And so he kept saying. Finally, the monkeys became annoyed, grabbed the bird, and smashed the bird. And so the moral of the story is that don't give good advice to people who don't listen. Right? So the same way, the Guru won't keep telling you something 10 times, 15 times. If he sees you have no inspiration to follow his instructions, instead of telling you more and making you perform more Guru Parad, he will keep silent and let you try, do whatever you want. And when you give up and you come with surrender, then he will open and he will give you all instructions. Right? Also it says in Bhakti Rasam, in Bhagavad Gita, it says, Tadvidhi pranipatina pariprashnena sevaya. That knowledge which is received through humble service and humility, questions asked with humility and humble service, then the spiritual master can give you full knowledge. So by following the instructions of the spiritual master to the best of one's ability, serving Vaishnavas, and always being enthusiastic, therefore the Guru becomes pleased. The Guru doesn't want anything for himself. He wants to see you progress. That is all he asks for. So by earnestly trying in Krishna consciousness, the Guru will become pleased and will shower more mercy and more instructions and dispel more of your doubts. Does that help your question, Puru? Yes, Puru?
The son of Ramaharshan Sutta, is that the same one from the Bhagavad Gita?
Yes. Ramaharsana Sutta's son was Sutta Goswami. Yeah, and so the sages, when they're imploring Balarama after he killed him, he said, just before you came, we gave him the benediction of long life. Just before you came, we gave a whole sankalpa, we bathed him, we worshipped him, we gave him benedictions, we gave him long life so he'd be able to go on preaching. And then you, right? So they asked to please transfer those benedictions to the son. So Balaram blessed Sutta Goswami, and therefore Sutta Goswami was such a perfect recipient of Srimad Bhagavatam, and was able to repeat it even sweeter, right? It says that this Srimad Bhagavatam fruit has become even sweeter after being tasted by the lips of Sutta Goswami, right? Just like when a parrot picks the fruit, right? So that example is given because of the blessings of Lord Balaram. He had the blessings of Guru, Adi Guru. Yeah. Yes, Prabhu.
I really like the question, the story of Balaram running away from Jarasandha.
Yes.
Of the mountain. Maybe you can explain it.
Well, Krishna and Balaram were together at that time. You see, Krishna and Balaram at that point, correct me if I'm wrong, it's been many years since I've read the story, but Jarasandha kept attacking Mathura at that time, kept attacking Mathura, kept attacking, because he was so mad that Kamsa was killed. And so Krishna and Balaram defeated him. And finally they gave up. They were just like, okay, enough. How many times we're going to kick you and then you come back? Right? They didn't kill him because they knew that Bhima was supposed to do that. They didn't kill him for that reason. But they kept going. So knowing that they can't kill him and knowing he's not going to give up, they decided to divert him. And so when he came again, Krishna and Balaram walked out of Mathura's gates and started going. And so that Jarasandha was chasing. And so to be able to give the inhabitants of Mathura enough time to travel to Dwarka, which was an island, a floating palace place where Jarasandha could not come anymore, they diverted the entire army away, and then finally they jumped off a cliff, right? And he could not follow there anymore, right?
I heard a small detail that they went up the mountain, and then Balaram saw beehives and all the honey dripping there. He became intoxicated from drinking all the honey. He was so happy. So let's jump off the mountain. And they just jumped. And Krishna said, wait. And then
Balaram sometimes acts like that. And Balaram, yeah. Just came to my mind towards the end of Mahabharata, right? The Yadu dynasty was so powerful that no one would be able to defeat them. So the Kuru dynasty was destroyed within the Kurukshetra war. But the Yadu dynasty were also becoming polluted, right? There's a story of the nephews of the Kurus, the grandsons of the Kurus, making fun of Narada Muni and Durvasa Muni, and great sages. So Krishna arranged for that pastime. The only people who could kill the Yadus were the Yadus themselves. And that's why they killed each other on that festival they had on the banks of the Yamuna. Yamuna or the ocean? The ocean, right? So powerful were the Yadus. It's amazing to think. Ugrasena had one Akshahini of bodyguards, personal bodyguards.
Krishna book said he had 4 quadrillion bodyguards. 4 quadrillion.
And then all we hear about is Mahabharata, right? In Kurukshetra war, 18 Akshahinis, so big war. The reason why this is so famous, Mahabharata is so famous, is simply because of Bhagavad Gita. Because of Bhagavad Gita, therefore it's so famous. Because someone will read the entire story, be attracted by the story, right? And then hear the message of Krishna through Bhagavad Gita. So entire Mahabharata is there. Srila Vyasadeva put so much emphasis to highlight Bhagavad Gita, to attract even those who are simply listening for a story. Right? There is spiritual prajalpa also, right? And so there's that saying that in the morning one should speak about Dharma Shastra. At noon one should speak about Niti. In the evening about thieves? I forgot. No, it's called thieves. So in the morning, Dharma means Ramayana. And Niti is Mahabharata. And thieves, there's another word I forgot, means Krishna's pastimes. Right? Because Krishna is the famous sloka, it says, Braje prasiddham navanita choram gopangananam chatukula choram Aneka janmarchita papa choram choragraganyam purusham namami. Right? So it's saying that around Braj, there's the Navanita Chora, the stealer of butter. Right? He steals butter. He also steals the clothes of the gopis. Just like a flick of his fingers, he's able to steal Aneka janmarchita papa choram, the sinful accumulative activities over millions and millions of births. Like a snap of his finger. Just like he steals butter, he's able to steal all the reactions and bad sinful activities through millions of lifetimes. So Chora agraganyam purusham namami. So Chora agraganya means that when you write a list of all the great thieves in this world, his name will be first. Chora agraganyam. It's a long list, his name will be first. So that to the topmost thief, I offer my respectful obeisances. So Krishna is the topmost thief because he's able to steal the minds of his devotees. He's able to steal our sinful activities. If you're open to it. Krishna, please take my anarthas. Steal my anarthas. So Chora agraganyam purusham namami. Very beautiful verse. Any other questions? Yes, bro.
To the story of Dhenukasura.
Yes.
There seems to be some significance for when the demon starts hitting trees and hitting one tree after another until he ends at some point. Have you heard anything about this?
That part, no. But Dhenukasura was so powerful that Indra was not able to. Indra was enjoying the tal juice, right? Kamsa would send it to Indra, it'd send it to Kamsa. But Indra was only allowed a small portion through Kamsa's instruction. Different demigods would come and try to take some of that. It was personal garden of Kamsa, which also talks about how powerful Kamsa was, right? But different demigods were trying to get the juice, but Dhenukasura was able to send them away and defeat them. Dhenukasura was so powerful. And that's what I'm saying. We always hear about Mahabharata, and we think that these demons who came to attack Krishna were small demons. No. They were way more powerful than any of the other demons that could come. They came. They were in Mahabharata, Jarasandha. All of them were nothing compared to these demons. Nothing. And Kamsa also was amazingly powerful. But we hear Mahabharata because of Bhagavad Gita. That's why we hear Mahabharata. That's what we hear. And because of such a great conflict, but because of Bhagavad Gita. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Prabhu.
I once heard that every day a demon appeared in Vrindavan and Krishna killed a demon every day. Can you say more about this?
Krishna, in Braj, right? In Gokul pastimes, in Braj pastimes, the Lord had his daily routine, right? And so if you see Ashtakalya Leela, there's a slot in the day left for fighting and killing demons. And so yes, so many different demons would come. The main ones are described in Srimad Bhagavatam, the main ones are described in Krishna book. But so many millions of demons would come because it would be part of the pastime. The Gopas would go, they would play for a bit. When they were tired, demon time. Demon come, Krishna kills the demon, Jai, so amazing Krishna. And then they were able to immediately be, again, through Mahamaya, by Yoga Maya, they're able to, again, deal and play with Krishna. And wrestle with Krishna with the imagination, they'll win. Right, that is the power of Yoga Maya. that they just saw him kill Bakasura. They just saw him kill Denakasura. They just saw him kill all these insane demons that, but half an hour later, let's wrestle Krishna. I won. Your wife had a question first.
I heard it was exactly 1 o'clock every day. The demon coming. Exactly before the lunch.
Yes, so they get hungry, right? Yeah, they get hungry. Yeah. Yes, bro.
I heard a lecture.
Sorry. Yes, bro.
My question is it the demons represents difficult anarthas,
Yes.
different things, and actually we don't hear that much about it.
Yes.
Or we don't know that much about it.
Yes.
Bhaktivinoda Thakur was describing something.
Yes, he writes it in, I forgot the name of the book. Chaitanya Shikshamrita, it's there, yes. Chaitanya Shikshamrita, he writes there. But more in other places also. But main is there in Chaitanya Shikshamrita.
It's interesting that we don't hear that much. Is it so much important or only to listen to the Vedas?
It's very important for us to understand the necessity and the importance of destroying the anarthas, right? And so Srila Prabhupada, he does talk about Chaitanya Shikshamrita and he quotes Chaitanya Shikshamrita a lot, right? But I see why it's not so predominantly given, I really don't know. I wouldn't be able to say why it's not so well known, but it's there for all of us. Now we all know here, so we can all read it and talk about it and tell someone else, and that someone else will talk about it. It's very important, and it's amazing ways for us to understand more meanings and more. It's not that Krishna's pastimes aren't amazing if we don't know why he did it. It's still amazing, right? But it helps us, right? There's so many demons there, so Bhaktivinoda Thakur talks about. And thank you for mentioning that, because he also mentions that the demons that Krishna killed can be taken care of or can be nullified. The anarthas that are there, represented by those demons, can be taken care of by chanting the holy name. But the demons that are killed by Lord Balaram can only and will only be destroyed once we surrender to Guru. So that's a very important point. Thank you, Prabhu, for bringing that up. But yeah, they can only be destroyed by Guru. So this false prestige, this stubbornness, this intense attachment to material gain and pleasure, this lust can be only destroyed by surrender to the Guru. That's why Balaram destroyed those demons. Yeah. Yes, bro.
Just fitting to the lunch, it's, we heard from your spiritual master, Arjuna Maharaj, he said that Krishna is taking lunch and they're sharing the food and they're saying, Krishna, I know why you can kill all the demons. It's only because you're eating the food of Mother Yashoda. So please share something with this and then we can also kill the demons.
Yeah. Really beautiful pastimes are there. The conversations between the Gopas and Krishna are really beautiful. There's also the pastime of Gaura, right? Where different people are doing different things and all thinking that they're doing it, right? So Krishna's holding up the hill and all the senior Gopas, the Nanda Maharaj and them, are putting up their sticks and they're trying to help Krishna lift the hill, right? And they're thinking, we're helping Krishna. And Madhumangal is there chanting mantras and he's saying, by my power, I'm holding up the hill, right? And Krishna loves that, you know? He doesn't need, oh, look at me, I'm holding it, right? At one point, what did he do? He lifted just a little bit, right? He took his hand off just a little bit. What happened? Everything started shaking. Again, they're like, no, okay, you hold, right? So he loves that interaction with the Gopas. And Balaram, he loves that also. Yeah. So many beautiful pastimes. Yes?
There was a discussion during Prashada when someone asked me about killing of Rukmini after the chess match. And so what's the significance of
I didn't get to that because I got like a few and then I didn't get more time. But I was actually looking for that pastime. Was it Rukmini himself who died or his friend who was smiling and showing his teeth? Rukmini got, right. Right. I was looking for that pastime, but I didn't find it. I'll do some more research. But for sure there's something there. Long list. Any more questions or we'll finish up? Okay. So in this way, we can meditate on Lord Balaram, and more importantly, surrender to Lord Balaram, surrender to Guru, open our hearts, and let him destroy these anarthas, just like he destroyed the demons. Don't become like Duryodhana. This is something really amazing, and the more you think about it, the more you understand, wow. Right? We sometimes think that, no, if I was there, I would know who Krishna is and I would surrender to him. You don't know that. They were there, they saw everything, they knew everything. But still, they held on to their material attachments. We are in the same situation. What's the difference? Maybe Krishna isn't here physically in his spiritual form in this material world, but we see everything, right? There's that other verse what's the verse where you see people dying every day, you see people being born every day, but you think you'll live forever, right? So this illusion is there with us. It's the same illusion, but we are not able to get rid of it because we're blinded by attachment to our anarthas, to our material desires. Sometimes you'll notice in the day, you're here, Prabhupada lecture or something, you're like, I don't really want to listen right now. I'm trying to enjoy something, I'm trying to, watch my little, TV show or whatever. I don't want to be distracted. I want to get a little bit of my material enjoyment right now. It's my enjoyment hour. So if we're able to do that, how are we any different right now? Yeah? Jai Shri Balarama ki, Balaram Jayanti ki, Shri Prabhupada ki, Jai Nitai Gaura Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol. I went overtime.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't go out.
Yeah, I was waiting for...
Arate Godena Brahma Adideva Gani Arate Godena Brahma Adideva Gani Narare Adi Gori Chamaraduraya Narare Adi Gori Chamaraduraya Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Prasadegaya Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Prasadegaya Sangha Bhaje Ganta Bhaje Bhaje Karatara Sangha Bhaje Ganta Bhaje Bhaje Karatara Bhaje Madhura Mridanga Bhaje Paramahamsa Madhura Mridanga Bhaje Sana Sangha baje, Kanta baje, Mada 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 baje. Sangha baje, Kanta baje, Mada 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 baje. Oh, Madhu, Madhu, Madhu baje. Madhu, Madhu, Madhu baje. Oh, Sangha baje, Ganta baje. Madhu, Madhu, Madhu baje. Nita Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Nita Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Bao Koti Chanda Jine Vadana Ujada Bao Koti Chanda Jine Vadana Ujada Gala deshe bana mala, kore jalamala. Gala deshe bana mala, kore jalamala. Deva Sukhanarada Nirmegadagada Shiva Sukhanarada Nirmegadagada Bhagati Vinoda Dike Kora Sambada Bhagati Vinoda Dike Kora Sambada Gaurangira Arati Shobha Jagajana Mannaduba Gaurangira Rotika Shobha Jagajana Mannaduba Ajagajana Manaruba Jagajana Manaruba Ogorangira Rodita Soba Jagajana Manaruba Nita Gaura Haribo, Haribo Haribo, Gaura Haribo. Nita Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Shri Krishna Balaram again, Shri Balaram Purnima again. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasaya Buddhare. Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminate Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gurvani Pacharine Nivesesha Sunyavari Pasatya Deshatarine. Over. Sunyavari Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasari Gaura Bhattavenda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasari Gaura Bhattavenda. Jaya Shri Jaya Jai Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasari Gaura Bhattavenda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Nam, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Nam, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Nam, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jai Balaram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Nam, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa! Everyone jump. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vivo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga Jaya Gaura Hare. Jaya Sachinandana Gaura Hare. Jaya Sachinandana Gaura Hare. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare. Oh, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram. Ah, Nityanandara, Jaya Nityanandara. Oh, Nityanandara, Jaya Nityanandara. Ah, Nityanandara, Jaya Nityanandara. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vivo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Gaura Nidai, Gaura Nidai, Gaura Nidai, Jaya Gaura Nidai. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Gaura Nidai, Gaura Nidai, Gaura Nidai, Jaya Gaura Nidai. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Woo! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Nam Nam Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Bo, Hare Bo, Hare Bo, Gaura Hare Bo, Nitai Bo. Haribo, Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, oh Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Don't break it. This one? Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 dear Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada gay, Shri Krishna Balarama gay, Shri Bala Nachikadeva gay, Shri Balaram Purnima Mahotsav gay, Nita Go Premanande. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Follow. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Nam Nam Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Nam Nam Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Nam Nam Hare Hare. Oh. Oh, Haribo, Hariba, Hariba, Natagoro, Haribo. Hori Dai, go to Haribo, Hariba, Haribo, go to Hariba. Namaste Narasimhaya. Pralada da 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 yine Mirandagaji Uakshaha Shilatangana Kalaye Idani Singa Paradoni Singa Yata yata yamita dona singa Vaene singa da yene singa Vaene singa da yene singa Onada semama de jaranam brabade Naradam mamade jaranam brabade Navagadagam navade Nakam Abusa Shinga Dalita Hiranyakadibo Tanu Benga Gijavadita Nanari Rupa Jai Jagadi Jare Jai Jagadi Jare Jai Jagadi Jare Naga Javadita Age Javadita Narare Rupa Jai Jagadi Jare Jai Jagadi Jare Jai Jagadi Jare Ah, Jai Jagadish, Jai Jagadish, Jai Jagadish, Jai. Hey! Ah, Jai Jagadish, Jaya Jagadish, Jai Jagadish, Jai. Jaya Nizimade, 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 Jaya Nizimade. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Oh, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Nishingade Bhagavan ke, Balarama Maharaj ke, Srila Prabhupada ke. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parvaracharya Satatara Shri Shriman Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada ke. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parvaracharya Satatara Shri Shriman Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ke. Ananta Gauri Vaishnavinda ke. Namacharya Haridasa ko ke. Prem se ko Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinda ke. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopi Gopinath Shamakun Radhakun Giri Govardhana ke. Vrindavan Dhamma ke. Mayapur Dhamma ke. Jagannath Puri Dhamma ke. Ganga Maya ke. Jamuna Maya ke. Bhakti Devi ke. Tulsi Maharani ke. Harinam Sankirtan ke. Shri Krishna Balaram ke. Shri Balaram Purnima Mahamahotsav ke. All glorious assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glorious assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glorious assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glorious to Shri Guru and Gauranga. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pasaya Budale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Eva Sesha Sunyavari Pasya Chadishatarine Srila Prabhupada ke.